And good morning. Happy Monday. Happy Monday, everyone. Get the last few things buttoned up. We're ready to go. Happy Monday. Good morning. We are currently working to, let's see, where is this? Oh, here, let me, hold on a sec. I still have Toggle Bit on. If you don't watch Toggle Bit's very entertaining. All right, there we go. So we're going to fix this. So if you look at this, what's happening here? It looks as though the inside of this is on the outside. So you see that the top left section, oops, wrong button, top left, perfectly curved, right? The interior of this curve. But it goes on and it crosses over, becomes an outside feature. Piece of art, really. Same thing on the top right. Crosses over, goes to the outside. So this is what's going to be fixed. You can see it happening on the other one as well. Uh-oh. You can see that we've got this is a test software, this is a test text in there with some Z tearing. It should be in the middle. So we're going to fix that. I actually flipped this up so we could see it in with this grid on top of it. So it is transformed at the moment. Let's work through that. All right. And what do we have here? We've got debugging going on for the inner curved rectangle. We've got the top and the left. These are correct as we saw in the UI. Right, the top left, just fine. Looks good. The right though, it's not, it didn't, we need to subtract the padding on the, not the padding, but the left bits from it. What we used to have here, gdif, let's look this up. We used to have the left was the left plus the margin left plus the border left. We're not doing that anymore there. So I think the right needs to subtract the left and the bottom needs to subtract the top. But it's curious, do we, and well, here, let's go on a little bit more above. This is because our origin point also used to include some other values here. Now it's just 0, 0, 0. It used to be left plus margin left, and then top, margin top. So we might need to take these into account. The margin left for this. So on the right side, what is the right equal to? I mean, this right value, that should be on the far right side, but that was in kind of global space. Now that we're transferring this into local space, I think we have to subtract self.left from it. So we're going to take right and bottom, put it at the bottom of these. And the bottom, same with this, plus self.top. Let's see if that does it. We might need to take into account the margin. Self.margin left. And this would be plus self.margin top. Oh, and there's a new Rust analyzer. I'll update that later. All right, give that a kick. Get it going. Ah, that's looking better. This is a test. That's not correct, though. That should be inside there. Okay, so that I think we fixed. Now, for our constraints. I thought our constraints would be fine. Is it a problem with the box or the text? Let's see, which text is this? Right there. Let's see, its origin is way down there, right there. The reason that we did this was so that we could get some cool transforms on this. So if you look, we should be able to like move these independent in 3D space using that pivot point. Just why we did that. Now we have a pivot point that we can use for animations without having to do a lot more math. Let's say let's do front view. Oh, top view. There we go. All right, so then we have that. Let's get the text back in there. See, VBox. Yeah, you're fine. Yeah, that one was super simple. This one, a little bit more. And it looks like this is still off. I'm just going to close that and open it again just to make sure. Yep, it's at the same spot. Okay. So in this case, let's dbg the self.left and negative self.top. So we don't know exactly what those values are. Let's also go into layout and see what these are getting set to. Oh, we've also, let's, while we're at it, how's everyone's weekend? You have a good weekend? Cargo X test. So, is it install dash dash server? I think so. Yeah, we'll let that go. That builds. Run it again. This time we'll look at the values that are getting set. Because I'm guessing that they're getting set too far off from the parent, as they're getting global space coordinates and not local space coordinates. So they need to take into account that. See, here we have self.left. Yeah, text 1 is the top is supposed to be 4.25, and we can see that it's here's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, somewhere in there, 0.25. That's not right, because from here it's 1, 2, 3, 4, and a bit. I think this has revealed a separate problem in that we're setting our position in local space, because all of our constraints are in kind of global space, right? Our constraint solver works in global space. We need some way to be able to translate that to local space. So we either get, let's see, do we get our position in global space and adjust that? This is definitely the problem. We could set our global translation, I believe. Let's see. Now it's spatial. Too global, too local. Because now we need to know where our parent is, or which of these values our parents actually used. Global transform there. What translation? Hmm. We could ask our parent, say, hey, what is your offset? What are the options here? So one would be ask their offsets. Two, get global transform. What else do we have? We could call to local. Problem is, if one of these is already being adjusted, like rotated or something like that, then this might not work. Translate object local. Oops. How do we go back? I basically want the global to local without all the transforms in it. See, here we can get the global transform. We could try it. Let's try it. Let's see what happens. Let's call to local. We'll give it a global one, which is this one. Now the challenge here is going to be, when we get back into 3D mode here, if we rotate these just a little bit, is the text going to be at the right place? So if we take this one and give it a little rotation, you can see that the text is a child of it, right? So if we do that, this is really what I want to make sure that still works. And when we fix it, this is still possible. There we go. I want to try something else real quick. I'm gonna launch Safari. Chrome takes up just a huge amount of CPU when this is going on. One more moment. All right, we'll see if that helps. All right, because the build times when I'm not streaming are like 3 seconds. All right, the text is gone. Where did the text go? What is your location text? Huh. That's, yeah, we're not going to find that. That's a big number. Did we go the wrong way on that? Too local. Yeah, yeah, look, these are small numbers. Should be -4 and 0. And we called to local on it, and they became giant numbers. That seems like the right function to call, right? Something that transforms a global point from world space into this node's local space. That seems all right. What's wrong? Oh, this is a text node. Text nodes have a crazy scale set on them, don't they? Guess this doesn't. It's the mesh on it that does. So why? What's up with this? Do any of these have some crazy scale on them? One, one. Yeah, these are really tame. Oh, let's see. How's this doing? Okay, yeah, Safari is much lighter on this, but I do have to adjust the UI a touch. Gonna move the quick actions over. If it'll let me. Okay, stream preview is going away. Then we want activity feed on the right, chat on the right. So I notice it. Also stream health in there, because we do use that. Okay, I think that's good. Hit done on that. Goody. Okay, that's done. Let's get into my UI setup because Safari runs a lot lighter on Twitch, which is really nice. Give us some more CPU for compiling. All right. Now, why in the world was that thing getting set so far out? Just kill that off. Why? Local position. I mean, if we went to global, wouldn't we expect the opposite to happen? Transforms a local point from the node's local space to world space, which is not what we want. But I'm going to try it anyways, because how in the world do you get the local point to go like gigantic? I don't know. That's just so weird. Doesn't make sense. Okay. See that value, I believe, but I don't see it. Oh, the scale. The scale is 0. Where's our? Oh, is it over there somewhere? Where is this? See that red on the left? What is that? I'll bet that's it. We're just clipping. We can't see it. Oh, that's so weird. Okay. See, it's supposed to be scaled down really, really far because font stuff is actually very large. Okay. I think the problem here. So my computer's freezing up. Okay. There we go. It's back. It survived. Oh my goodness. Gonna come back? There we go. Hey, Observer Herb. Wait, Herb. I guess it depends on where you are. Good morning and welcome. Because if you're from like France or something, it'd be Herb. But good morning and welcome. Thank you for the raid. Happy Monday, everyone. Oh, you know what we got for you? Some bad jokes. Did you hear about the two silkworms in a race? No? It ended in a tie. It's going all right. My screens are kind of freaking out at the moment. I do not understand why. No elk on the hat. Black Tomcat. You're referring to the gloves? No, not on this. All right. For whatever reason, that Godot thing really freaked out my system. Like I've lost Windows. Like if I open up Safari so I can see chat and stuff, now A Sprite's over here. Like that's great, but if I click on A Sprite, then Safari goes away. My system is just, it's not happy right now. Oh, it's because I got like a key stuck or something? Oh, my USB hub was against me. Missed opportunity. That's right, all my clothes. You're right. This is also knit by my wife. So the translation should not set our scale. Hold on, let's try this again. Oh, that's also building. No wonder. Forgot about that. You gotta have those Easter eggs in your wardrobe. That's right. The last time you opened it. Yeah, reopen it. Do it. All right. Now make. Oh, it's okay now. Kind of. I mean, it's not really okay, but it did get the transform. See, I don't think this is correct. Let's close that, open up UI, test again. I'm expecting not that. But okay, let's look. What's our transform? What? See, our scale is set to 0 on this, which I think is wrong. So we set the scale back to 1, then it vanishes. And if we zoom out or try to find it, okay, the little secret of the text nodes is that they set their scale somewhere. Excuse this. This is the same file. So right here we adjust our scale based on uh, the font. And because we have to get the size of the font in meters. Oh, no, no, no. It's quite all right. I've got a bunch of knit stuff. I'm pretty sure she likes it getting attention. So so we set this and then we set our scale, but for whatever reason it's getting set to 0, which just doesn't seem correct. If we undo this and put that back, I mean this looks correct, but that 0, that's got a bad smell about it. Now we did get this seems to be rotated correctly. Where's origin? It's here. So where is this in relation to this other piece? Let's look at the top view, get out of the perspective. It's like -1, 4, -0.5. Really, there's a depth to this? Do any of these have a depth? That's 0, 0, or a z offset is what I mean. 0, 0. So how in the world did we get something on that? Like, what's that from? Yeah, it's below it, just barely. It's like half a meter down. These values just aren't correct. Hey, how's it going? Jizibaku, good morning. How's it been? Wait, why is that there now? I resized the screen. That changed position. Oh, it's jumping around. Uh, okay. But these values here are not updating. And these here. Yeah, no, that's not gonna work. That's just the wrong thing. It feels like the right thing to do is to ask the parent what theirs is. But how would that work? We would, okay, this one didn't work. So let's undo that. Game of Rust 2020 snacking. Yes, we are making a game. Huh. Doggo's pissed about something. Because if we see this without that, the text will actually be below and to the right because all of the it's receiving this X and Y, this left and top, in kind of a global position. Right? Oh, you know what? Why don't we get we'll get the global position of our current object, but I want that without the transforms. Because if one of these is scaling, then it's not going to take that into account. The ownership structure? Yeah. Yeah, yeah. So in chapter 4 of the book, all right, it actually talks about ownership and the three rules, four rules of ownership. So now, while I have a hard copy of the book, it's available online. Ownership rules, three rules. Each rule, excuse me, each value in Rust has a variable that's called an owner. Right? There can only be one owner at a time. When the owner goes out of scope, the value will be dropped. Okay, three rules, not too complicated. Um, Basically says everything only has one owner. When the owner's gone, you're gone. Um, so that's actually fairly simple. But I think what you're probably getting hung up on is the borrow ship rules. Like borrow ship. That should be a serious word. These are the rules of the borrow ship. That's just bounced around. Um, so the the rules I'm borrowing though, those are a little bit more complicated, right? And to help understand this, I mean, if you've had experience in other languages with pointers, that can help. What languages are you familiar with? That's somehow sometimes easier to explain this using a common base. Ooh, it's up to ODA 9. All right. So, the Rust book. Yeah, so I was holding the actual Rust book, and then um, if you go to Rust Lang, you can actually view the book online. So if we say learn, it's up here at the top, read the book. Chapter 4. So what I was looking at We'll skip forward a little bit, stacking the heap, blah, blah, blah. Ownership rules. So these are the rules, right? Each value in Rust has a variable that's called the owner. There can only be one owner at a time. You cannot have two owners of a pointer, or two owners of a box, or two owners of these other things. You can only have one owner. When the owner goes out of scope, the value will be dropped. Now, you can share the thing. You can share the variable. So let's say, you have some sort of classical example of a shape, right? Let's say you're some shape and you have a property that might be your width. And that shape's width, it can be shared with others, but the shape is still the owner of width. Now, you can give others shared access to width, which is the which would be like if we had a pub function foo or um like examine width, right? This might take self and then something else's width. This might be like a F32 or something, right? And in this case, this is a shared borrow. And the compiler understands that if it's a shared borrow, you're not going to mutate it. You're not going to change it. Okay? And the compiler knows that if it's not mutating, then many things can look at it all at once without fear of them clobbering each other. Right? However, if you have a mutable reference, then there's a possibility that you might change it, and others should not be reading this as you are writing to it. So in this case, the compiler is going to forbid you from having shared references and mutable references or exclusive references handed out at the same time. And a good read on this is actually this page here. And this talks about a mental model for the reference types. And they'll go through and they kind of call this a shared reference and an exclusive reference. But go through that. That really helped me. I like this one. Um, so and it talks about interior mutability and some other pieces. But um, if you have questions, definitely let us know. And if you have questions when we're not streaming, you can find us on Discord. It's a bunch of just people hanging out. A bunch of other streamers in there too. So yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. And if you have specific questions or an example that you don't understand why it doesn't work, just you can post that. Also, um, the Rust Playground. If you have an example and you can share a link from one of these, and you want to understand why something's going wrong, etc., right, toss it up in the Rust Playground, share the link, and we'll take a look. And if you're not familiar with that, there's a link too. Ideas to fix it. Okay, so we get the global. So we could do this. I think this is going to have issues though. Let's see. Get, let's see, what do we want here? Let's go back to the help class viewport. No, we want to look at spatial and spatial's properties. It's a global transform. That's going to be a matrix, though. I don't want the matrix. I want the translation. Can we get the global translation? Global translate. Get parent spatial. I guess we could do two local or two global. We do two global on our local translation. Like the function here. Okay, that should be a F30, a vector 3D of F32. Let's also debug that. Oops. We're not going to do this at the moment. I need to see what's currently going on. Oh, the build finished. Haha. Let's restart. CSC, one. Plug update. Give that an upgrade. Okay. And a restart. Close that, close that. Back here. All right. There we go. Kill it, run it. Okay. Now you can see what it looks like normally. See that this here is offset from its parent because it's not taking into account its parent offset from origin. So let's look at the data. Our global translation. Why is that huge? Is it because our scale is massive? Probably. So we could either stuff the text in a subnode and apply it to that. That might be better. Let's see what else. I think the problem is this set scale here. So we're actually scaling this object. But we need to know what we are without scaling. Let's create one extra layer. So we have text. Now normally we'd add the glyph data to ourselves, but we're not going to. Let's see, this is UI tree. Okay. Object to hold the glyph data of the glyphs for scaling. Now this is going to be a ref to a spatial, and it'll be shared. So we'll have to create one of those. We can do that here in the constructor. Let text node is equal to, see, a spatial. Can we just instantiate one of those? I think we can. Let's look at our docs on this. Oh, just create a new one. Okay, just create a new one. I think we have to call into shared on that in order to get it. No, we have to do a claim. Hey, good morning. Umajid 2487. Good morning to you. We're going to add that to the owner. Add child to this. And this will be text node. And then we can add all of our stuff from the text node onto that instead of us. I think that's in here somewhere. Okay, so here we do the layout, positions, owner here. Yeah, I think it's going to be there. What did update want? It wants a tref to a spatial. So we'll have to assume safe on that, etc. Because we're working with Godot, and Godot is a C++ API, we have to let the compiler know that we are guaranteeing certain things that the compiler couldn't otherwise check. So while we're saying this is unsafe, it's really just saying we're checking it. Assume safe is an unsafe function. Okay, that should give us a tref to that type text node. There we go. And that must be the only place. And this one doesn't matter. And then here, we need to call set scale on that too. Because of that, let's pull this down here. Oops. Calculate scaling. Okay, now we're setting the scaling on the sub node, and that should be fine. We might see that in the UI. Oh, add child takes 2 arguments. That is right. True. I don't know. The second argument here on add child is whether or not the display name is UI friendly or something. Let's take a peek. Let's go to script, search help for spatial. What kind of game are we making? 2D or 3D? It's it's a 2D UI. So this one right here is going to be, it's basically going to be, imagine your phone, right? And on your phone, you're just going to have some sort of flat UI interface for controlling things. The game is actually called Control, and it's going to be heavily audio based. So you're going to interact with the world using this sort of 2D user interface that I'm placing in 3D so that we can have some more interesting effects going on with it. Um, but then I'm also going to be using these components here in the other game that I'm making as well, so that I can have like 3D signage or controls within, excuse me, so that I can have 2D UI controls inside of a 3D space, and so that they look gorgeous. Because a lot of the times you end up with um, kind of 3D rendered to like some sort of texture, and then you have to go and interact with the texture. I don't want that. Oh, what were we doing? We were looking at, yes, add child, spatial, add child. That's off of node, methods, add child, legible, unique name, true or false? Default is false. False is true. What is the multiplayer component going to be? So the multiplayer component is really from the MMO game. Right? This is kind of a little side project off of the MMO game. Um, so the MMO we call Legacy, and Legacy is, goodness, do we have? Is our bot awake? Did it die again? Hello? Oh, no, it's there. What commands do we have? Um, control game. Huh. Anyhow, Legacy is like this this world where the universe has been shattered into pieces, and you can sail around in space. Kind of think, familiar with Thor's homeworld, where it's just like this floating island in space. Oh, the video's lagging a lot. Oh, that sucks. Oh, I see. Yeah, we have. Thank you for pointing that out. Something's going on here. I think it's actually this here. Oh, here. Let's just do top screen for a moment. Let's do this one. That should help a touch. It's not trying to do the extra bits. Once this finishes, it should be better. But how's the audio? Is the audio still good? Because we can talk through this. Um, but essentially, the MMO game, you have this fractured world, and that you sail around from island to island, um, kind of adventuring, either building things or fighting things. So, but that is the other project, and we'll get back to that. Okay. More than sarcastic, Dante. Oh, you know what? We have to take it into shared before we add a child. That's too far. Why don't we just do dot into shared here? Yeah, the game's not there. Let me say to set game. I'm surprised it's not in there. Did we unset it or did I lose it? Hmm. Oh, project. Yes, that is the big one. I'm actually gonna set that to this. There. Is this thing finally catching up? And it seems to be doing a little better now. I'm gonna go back to the webcam. All right. A little bluesy. In-game video content. For Legacy, we only have this really ancient clip, which doesn't do it justice. I mean, we got to procedurally generated islands, floating islands. Um, but we'll get back to that eventually. Now, what is this saying? Cannot borrow self as immutable because it's also borrowed as immutable. There. All right, so let's do that first, then this. Actually, I'm going to stop on that for a minute. Actually, let's see. Let's take a little side tour. Project, quit project list. Yes. We'll see. Let's see if we have anything available here. Biome tool, kind of. This is probably not going to work because this will want us to go through login. I don't have it running. Island zone, generate on. Is it? Nah, it's not there. Did I see this procedurally generated island project? I did not. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. Yeah, ours are actually going to be upside down compared to that. So, yeah, that's neat. Here's what it looks like. That's cool. But this is more like the world, like imagine islands created from a shattered planet. That's more along the lines of what we're talking about. They're floating in space. You'll have a star field in the background. Okay, give me a sec. There we go. Oh, try it. Because it works in the browser, right? That's what it said. Planet physics? No. No, no, this is going to be different. This is more like sailing in space. Um, Apparently it doesn't work in Safari, which is too bad. Either that or it's downloading something. Huh. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. All right, we're going to close that. It'd probably work in Firefox or Chrome, but I turned those off because we were spending too many CPU cycles in them. Well, the game have goats, most certainly. Most certainly. All right, coming back here. Okay, everything seems to have worked. Let's give it a build. I should know better than to update COC and everything while I'm streaming. It slows things down. All right, now let's inspect that text element. We do not see the text. Huh. Transform here. Looks reasonable. Well, it's still offset, which is not correct, but odd. Can we give that text node a fancy name? True. Okay. Uh, they use interior mutability. Can we set the name on those? Why can't this resize? This thing is just freaking out. Oh, it's generating the text, but the text is too large. If the text objects, the text tessellated glyphs don't get scaled properly, Godot freaks out because they are gigantic. They are massive. I mean, think like 2,000 meters tall, the letter A. But it turns out it was my fault. I just had that buffer paused. No, nothing. Where did it go? Okay, nothing in there. Can we set the name on one of these nodes? What is it? It extends from node, properties, name. We can set. Does not appear to be a file name, but we can call set name. And we will call you glyph parent, or just glyphs. Then we will rebind text node into shared, shared. All right, so it's not there. Why is it not there? We added it as a child. Each one of these should have one. Actually, what I care about is it's really just the text showing up. Variable updates, okay. Yeah, see, all of that's fine. The only place where we do anything with the glyphs is where to go? Where to go? No, not the constraints. Here, if we pass owner into update glyphs, that's not used there. Update mesh instances. Yeah, see, we add child here. Okay, let's give this a run so we can inspect this. Otherwise, just run the scene. Then all of the different glyphs. Frames. Did I leave something else going? Huh. I think it's because I've killed Godot a couple times, and that did not make it happy. I'm gonna kill off some other stuff. All right. But here's the text. All right. And if we click on that, focus selection, it's saying it's right there. We can't see it, can we? I'm looking to see if it's just rotated away from us. All right. But we do have glyphs. Are these scaled? Scale is 0. Oh, changes may be lost. Yeah, that's fine. Cancel. What if I say 1, 1, 1? That should make it much larger. Translation, rotation, scale. Interesting. So if we go to text and, oh, it has no text. Testing. That should have changed. Color. So you can tell that these aren't supposed to be very large. Still nada. Hmm. Where have they gone? See, these don't have any transform on them. I decided to transform at a higher level. All right, let's come back here. Oh, debugger. Got 28 errors. Ah. Got global transform. Condition is inside tree. Return true. What? Oh, it's not inside the tree. Really? So it's upset because we're calling get global transform when we are not in the tree. Let's go back to text. There we go. Where's, it's what, a layout function. All right, well, let's just do this in here. Anything else that we should be aware of outside of that? No. We have text, testing, no debugger output this time. So we fixed something. Ah, it is there. The scale was set to 0 on that. I'm going to save that, close it and reopen it. I wanted to rerun that code. Okay. I think it had just saved the scale from earlier. Okay, so that was keeping it from being scaled properly. See, is this one? Yeah, that scale's also wrong. All right, but you can see that they should be inside of their boxes. They are not inside of their boxes. Dunk, 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 dunk. All right. The green one needs to be in the top box. Wait. No. Why are these backwards? This one should be up higher. It looks like they're like perfectly swapped. They shouldn't be. Only 48 draw calls. This is great. This is a test of some text. Dot space, copy, paste. Still, only 56 draw calls with 750,000 verts. There we go. Million vertices, 56 draw calls. That's so nice. All right. So why is this one below this one? Did they get added in the wrong order? Oh, no, no, no. That's because I enabled the other one out of order, wasn't it? UI test. That's better. Yes, now that one's up top, that one's on bottom. Yeah, when you like turn the visibility on and off for these, it does weird things in my code. Um, but here, why is this text not inside its box? Get in your box. The box size does adjust based on the text height, which is good. Just need to move that back up there. So, kill that. Come back in here. And we were looking at the global translation. Global translation here is x of, this is for what? The object itself? Oh, getting the local transformation of the owner's translation. Okay. It's at 8? How can we use this? Why did they change? Oh, because we had two different text objects. You know what? I want a better test. We're going to run that again. I'm going to delete this. Okay. Close that one off. Kill this one. Reset that. I want a border box there. Actually, just delete that one. Duplicate this one. Toss that in this upper VBox. There we go. 3. Okay, close it, open it, UI test. Why is it? Okay, the border box's position should not be there unless this border box has something. Oh, I see. The margin on the top is not too big. Let's go something predictable. Padding. Okay, now it has a padding of 1 on each side. And you can see these squares on the screen are 1 unit. Okay. A little bothered. Why is this not the same as this on the right? The left and the right are incorrect. So we're half in, so that's correct, plus a tenth, plus a padding of 1. Yeah, that's too far in. I'm gonna let the dog out. Be right back. All right. So this is wrong here. The left on this box is incorrect. Let's fix that. So I wonder if this is... Finally, an answer to who let the dogs out. So this should be 1 unit in because we have padding, so it should only come into about here, but it's almost a whole nother bit in. Okay. This is border box. Now is it this one? I'm guessing that its top left is not correct because it's not taking into account its parent. It's about the same. Where is it? This is wrong. This has the same issues. Where do we call render? So we're gonna have to make sure that it's in the tree when this gets called. We're not doing that yet. Enter tree. Oh, we do not call render. Was it deferred render we were in? Yeah. So we call deferred render. Render will kick that off. Call render. But we do not want to do this if We'll do that. We need to define this now. Border box. Oh, that's a bool. Now in the constructor, we set that to false. All right, now that's set up, protecting against this being called while it's in the tree. So the challenge here is that cassowary, our constraint solver, is working in global space. Okay. What that means is cassowary is going to say, 0, 0 is up here. This outer rectangle needs to be drawn, at this location. The outer one's fine. And then the inner one is drawn at, what is this, 1, 2, 2 1/4, by 2 1/4 in, which isn't right. It's actually telling us that it's supposed to be drawn up and over here. But because we're getting that global offset, we're actually insetting too far here. So we need to be able to translate that global coordinate into a local one of our parent and set that properly. The challenge is that what if the parent is rotated or skewed or something, right? We have some sort of transform going on. So what are we going to do for that? We were playing with some ideas over in text box. The one that's actually speaking to me more and more is this one. Ask the parents for their offsets. Could do that. Or if the parent's offset changes, the child is told. Problem is that the parents don't always know that their child is updating. They do know when a child is added. The other one is getting the global location of the node and subtracting and doing the difference. So you get the parent, get its transform, its global transform, and then subtracting where we're supposed to be from that to get the offset. That's the one we're going to try out, which happens to be this. And I think I've done this incorrectly already, because we want to know what the parent's offset is in global space. So I'm going to snag this. Are we doing anything with that? No. Let's comment that out for a moment here. Or just snag it altogether. All of that. So we're going to work on this in the other space where the error also exists. Here. Now, getting global node stuff is only going to work because we happen to be off origin. But what if this was not there? What if we decided to move this off into some other place in 3D, right? Like, oh, you know what? You're not there. We're gonna rotate you. We're gonna do all sorts of stuff, and you're gonna exist kind of right there in 3D space. You're some sort of, you know, some object that somebody has to come up to that's been, you know, it's a monitor that's askew or something. That's not gonna work in for doing our calculation. So let's leave that like that so we can test with it. But that does mean that we have to go up the chain and actually ask what our offset is. So screen needs to know its offset from layout. Does it? I don't think so. Oops, I meant to transform this one again. Gonna pull these back over on top of origin. So I think screen should always just be within there. Although it could do this too. Could do this too. Or maybe layout doesn't care. But something has to be origin for this layout. I think it's going to be the responsibility of screen or whatever the screen-like object is, not layout. You're here for the artificial stream delay? Some people like it. What can I say? And speaking of the artificial stream delay, let's check on Starlink and see how Starlink's doing today. Sweet LA. Man, I wish I could sing like this guy. It's loading. It really is. All right. It says we have a good connection. I haven't even looked this morning. Oh wow, in the last 12 hours, we've only had 5 minutes of beta downtime. That's impressive. I might be able to drop the stream delay soon. Obstructed for 15 seconds? Well, something changed. Wow. Check that out. Here, let's go big head mode. Here we go. I don't know. Ignore the crack. I don't know. I don't know if it's going to focus. You get the idea though. Yeah, previously this would have been beta downtime would be along in the line of I don't know 10 seconds for 12 hours. Wait, did that say seconds or minutes? 5 minutes, 10 minutes. I meant 10 minutes, not seconds. And I would have had 2 minutes of obstructed. So, and if we go here, satellite map. Here's all our satellites. So I'm in the Pacific Northwest, and they must have improved something with us up over here. So, who knows? So we might be able to drop it to 5 soon. And I mean, to be open, I have not been checking our buffers or anything. I mean, here you can see we're buffering a little bit. You know, we got a little bit of outage going, and that's more than 5 seconds. So like this is on a half second tick. That probably means yeah, we just ran out there. So this is on the Linode side. For whatever reason, we're losing packets there. That looks like a blast radius from a sci-fi movie. Very true. Very true. So thank you, Starlink, for being right on time and showing us that no, you'll squish out our hopes and dreams. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Starlink's been great. I mean, it costs half as much, twice as fast. Well, it's more than twice as fast. Let's face it. It's like much faster. Let's see, what do we have here? What are we at, Starlink? 20, 28, 40. Oh, there you go. Starlink just woke up. 72, not too bad. It's been better. I've hit almost 200. I think it got really fast once I was doing some big update. So yeah, 13 up. Let me change. So one more time, just for fun. What are you gonna do today, Starlink? And who knows what else is being downloaded in the house. But having a ping time like that, it's just fantastic. And this is actually kind of high. It's usually faster than that. 11 up plus our stream, 12 up. Yeah, that is so much faster. They upload 4 times as much. I used to only be able to get like 3 to 4 megabit per second up and 4 megabit per second down. So, all right. So I think we do need to ask our parent, how much of our transform that they've used up. So at the top level, we have what, a border box, I think it was, way up here. Yeah, we've got the outer border box. So this VBox needs to be able to ask the border box, hey man, what's your offset? It needs to be able to ask screen, hey, what's your offset, and so on. Now, do we do this on demand, where we have each one call the other one? It's possible. We know what our container is. We could add that through there. And that would be pretty quick. Or do we have it propagate down when it changes for the parent and the child gets notified? That's that's not bad. I'm leaning in that direction. Might be more overhead though, just because we have to go through Godot to be able to do that. We could use a signal. It's like VBox. Let's see, what does border box do on the child currently? It doesn't do anything. The only place where we call these, those are all the props. Render. Why is render exported? Oh, because it gets invoked occasionally. Actually, we'll call it render. Okay, it's not in there. It's only exported because of the deferred render. Perfect, perfect. Okay. I was concerned that it was actually getting invoked from somewhere else. If it was getting invoked from anywhere else, that would have been a problem for us. Did I? What was that? Too many things. There we go. This is better soundtrack for this one. A little suspense. So when our variable gets updated, our top and left change. We could emit some sort of signal that our children are listening to. What else could we do? I say we just, so we don't have like a common interface for what a child is, but we could loop over all of the children and try to just set our offset. And what would we do here? We would say, oh, this isn't going to work because we don't get this trickle down from the very top. Screen doesn't do this. Screen always has a X and Y of 0, or a top and a left of 0. Might be okay though. I'm going back and forth between signals. Oh, that was weird. Just a moment. Bizarre. All right. Yeah, if each child just listens to the parent emit something, that would work. I'm fighting myself basically because I want the data to kind of trickle down only in the nodes that it actually affects, right? So if you're only having a part of the tree be affected, like you'd have a big piece of the tree and a little piece of the tree, and a little piece of the tree is changing, then it should just affect that one space. And that would work with signals. Severe as the tree grows. So let's toss some signals on there. Signals are exciting here. Let's check the book and see. Oh, what do we got? Oh, we just had an outage. All right, let's go to signals. How do we register a signal? Let's see. Constraints. Do we have signal? Did I delete it all? Oh, shenanigans. All right, let's go look. And why? What? What am I? Good morning, Commander Thrashton. How you doing? And why mods? Oh, oh. Sorry, I don't even have the thing up right now. It was being too CPU hungry. Just a minute, let me go look. I need a different computer for this stuff. I shouldn't be doing this on the same one. All right. And just so you know, Commander, we actually cranked up all the stuff. Let's see. Yeah, I don't get to see it. It's actually too long ago for me. Oh, how I'm so huge. Oh, thank you for letting me know. I forgot about that. There we go. I've been eating my spinach, my vitamins. Finally growed up. All right, let's get some signals. Yeah, yeah. Where are we going? We're going into Godot. No, GD native. Let's go into examples or signals. Registers here. Basically need to do the same sort of thing. We should be able to register, have some sort of utility. Yeah, thank you for letting me know that my head had grown to unusual proportions. 200 do a register with. Then we just give it anything, any function that takes a builder. Class builder does not need self. And then later, we should be able to emit a signal like so. And then our other nodes will be able to say, hey, parent, do you emit this signal? If so, I'm going to listen to it. So we'll be able to do this when our top left and right changes. Or top and left changes. All right. Then we have a signal receiver, gets the owner, connects. All right. And what was it? Register with? Yes, register with. Then we give it a function. What do we want to register this with? Gonna want this to be a little flexible. And that if we want to add these signals, because all of these are going to have the same exact signal, right? So I'm going to create some sort of shared function that they will all register with. So let's create a function in UI mod. And in here, at the bottom is fine. Function, register uh, signal position signal. All right, now that takes us something and returns us something else. What were those? Takes a builder, which takes a class builder, and it does not need to be a mutable reference because Godot uses interior mutability for a lot of stuff. Okay. Now inside of there, what do we want to call this signal? Just paste that. We're not going to call it tick. It's not going to be that one. It's more like this, where we have signal arguments. Let's just call it position or position offset. Get automated. I like signal better. Add signal. Position. That's fine. Name. What is the name of this? This is, sure, data. Don't care that much. Default. This first value is actually going to be left. And the second one will be top. Kind of X and Y. They will not be I64s. These will be, is it, F32s. Really, they don't need defaults, but whatever. Does variant type even have an F32? Oh, we don't have self here. What does class builder want there? What is type C? It's a native class. Let's make this generic. C, whereas C is native class. Does variant not have F32? 64, yes. I have a feeling this is all going to be a 64s now. Really? Okay, let's go check on variant. We have from F64. What did it have before? Oh, it had from I64. I butchered that. Okay. And so they have F64s, not F32s. That's fine. And then we have variant type, and variant type is going to have a number of these. X64 is one of them. Okay, now we have a signal. Unresolved import. Screen. That should be there. No screen in screen. Oh, sure. Fine. Register with. Super colon colon. Register position signal. That should work for most of these. Unless this has to be a string, like text. No? All right. So we're going to have the same thing for all the containers, which is border box. It'll also be for VBox. It'll be for, let's see, we got screen. I feel like I'm forgetting one. VBox screen. Layout's not one. Container is a pass-through. It's not the same thing. That might be it then. Okay, save all those. So now we have those signals. Now we need some easy way for one of the clients to consume that and attach to it. Yeah, because we have layout constraints. I think we should create some other object that actually manages this for us. Um, we'll have to call render though. Render is basically on the outside of any of these. This update function. What's it going to look like? We'll have a like a parent offset. So we got a border box. We'd have position. And we can have that automatically listen to the parent's position, but we also need to know what it is. So is there a benefit in having this object have two listeners? One for that, one for render? Maybe. Control the order? Or we just have a position thing like this that they all use and update. Yeah. Let's call it parent position. That's just a position. Source. UI. I mean, this is what, a vector 2? Like it's a point. We want to use the GD native point. What's position here? All right, so we get a point 2. All right, so we have the parent position. Now we need something that can actually save this. This is such a funny song. 10 things you never see on a first date. At this point, we want to listen for changes. All right, so we get the parent, the emitter, and connect. Let's call it container position. We're not going to know what that is until we have a container. Well, let's rename this. Does that now belong in here? I think it does. We're going to move it. Oh, That's fine. We'll get to that. Okay, where's this? Good. Now, where do we set container? Enter tree, deferred render. When we enter the tree, it goes through here. Here we add container on ready. At this point, we can start listening to it. All right, so what do? We'll have a container, get the emitter. We just call connect on it. I kind of want to do this, have two of them. Like one calls render, right? Kind of loosely couple these things. I don't want them tied too close. Problem though is that we're going through this containers object. And this has one of each of those in it. Or, well, it supports finding any one of these. The reason we did this, what is the reason we did this? Why did we have to do it that way? Because we don't know what type our parent is, or the container we're in. So it's one of those kinds. How's it going today? It's going pretty well. Pretty well. How are you doing, Brooke? Did you stream today? I didn't catch it. Sounds like container dot. We could use a closure. Let's use a closure. Okay, what I'm thinking here is that inside of container, we have another function for attaching that signal. Function connect. Ah, things are going well for the asteroid project. Oh, perfect. Yeah, I was watching that. Things got crazy real quick. If you guys aren't familiar with Brooke, Brooke does Rust coding as well. Um, so check him out. Give him a follow. But add mutable self. I don't know what else we're going to need in this. We'll have to do like a self dot no match. Ugh. Man, I hope you had a good weekend, Brooke. We did our barbecue. That was good. Took a little longer. We had heat troubles with the long slow cook, but it made it in the end. All right. Because each one of these is an instance, we need to get the owner of those. I need some other function. Because those are instances, we need to be able to go from that to the base type, which is here. Normally we would map over that though. So we could return the base. Match self. Fill in the match arms. Each one of those will be C, and then we'll say C dot C. What in the world happened there? Like file got deleted. How did I do that? No. Super nice weather. Oh, nice. Walk outside in short sleeves. So it's got to be like at least 50 then, right? Now, I'm concerned this is going to say each of those types is wrong. Or, excuse me, they're different. H is a rough spatial. Shared spatial. Does that mean this is borrowed? No, thank you for the follow. Expected type. Yeah. All right, that's not used yet. We'll use it. Of function connect. So you connect to a signal on any one of these. So let base is equal to self.base, self. Yeah, let's go a little further with this. Let's say we do that, dot assume safe on it, because we know it's going to be unsafe. Let's just tag it. Safe does need an E, good. Now this will be a tref. Okay, now we can take the bar off that, good. Now we're tref spatial there. Perfect. Now that we've got our emitter, I'll connect. What are the values here? Ooh, requesting definition. Yeah, it's all generated code. Okay, this is going to be the name of the function the name of the signal. This is the object that will get notified. This is the function on the object that will get called. Is there any additional values you want passed in and a magical number 0? Yeah. All right, so I want to look at the docs on that though. Connect. Let's just grab that. Why not the whole thing? There we go. Okay, now we do a base.connect. We pass in signal target method. What is it? Bindings? Binds? And flags. I'm actually going to propagate this unsafeness here. Nax Mephi. What? Nax. Can we just call it Nax? How do you like to be called? Rust instead of GD script C sharp, right? Yes, yes. We're using Rust instead. Tag this as unsafe, just so we know. Unsafe. That's actually a pub unsafe function, not an unsafe public function. Nax. How's your weekend, Nax? There we go. It's going to say it's not used. It's fine. That means you're not used. We got it. Now we're going to go back into border box. And when we enter the tree, now here, self dot, is that layout node? You know what, let's do that in ready. Yeah, seems good. That's good. Does it play well with Godot? It does. It does. Let's see, do we still have it up? Yeah, same. In here, we're using a bunch of different Rust libraries. We're using Leon for doing these tessellated paths. We're also using Leon for tessellating this font data. So if we look at the font data as a wireframe, it can be hard to see. Let's zoom in on the S here. But we're actually rendering fonts as meshes. Okay, so each glyph is becoming its own thing. Is there any reason to do this besides explicitness? Let's see. Making the entire function unsafe forces the caller to also be unsafe. That is correct. It reminds me that something down below is actually unsafe. Um, Arguably, we know that this is not going to be possible to be unsafe because if a child is trying to ask its parent to add something, um, actually, could it be unsafe? It'd be this call to assume safe here. And this is basically saying that your parent is still in the tree and the pointer is valid. But if the client is trying to do this, that means the parent's also still in the tree. Or that it still exists because the child exists. So arguably this could be marked as safe. However, I'm not forcing myself to only use this for children. Yeah. So as Enocron said, I'm going to basically propagate this up, and where connect is called here, I'll have to verify that the parent still exists. And if I forget why this is unsafe, and a good thing to do here would be to say, have some sort of reason on why it's unsafe. Safety, right? And then you would have every little blurb here. Um, right? And then you could document why it's unsafe, etc. Just enough to remind me. Okay, so in this case, we're calling ready. Now, did we answer your other question? I think that we might have missed a question. Oh, Nax. With it playing well with Godot. Yeah, I think it does. I think they do play well together. I mean, look at this gorgeous letter S. I, this font data, I think, will work out really well. Um, it's fast. The API is nicely done. It expresses Rust's guarantees really well, and it's kind of gone above and beyond in terms of providing a Rust-like interface to the Godot interface, to Godot APIs, because Godot uses class inheritance in C++, and GD native in Rust has to try to express that, and it does that through dereferencing. So it works out all right. Okay. Oh, I still have this thing running. Let's close that. Oops. Oh, nope, nope. That button. There we go. Can I use external Rust libs? Yeah, I'm using a bunch of them. I'm using a TrueType font parser, some libraries we wrote. Um, yeah, you definitely can. That's how we're generating the meshes. So when ready is called, we get the container. We added that to layout node, didn't we? No, we didn't. It's container off of that. Do we make container public? What else do we have in here? Got a field. Add container, take parent container. We're going to try to hide this a little more. Um, so in ready, I'm going to say self dot. What does add container do? When we replace the container, good. Then we'll wire this up so that we could also um, have some sort of callback that we call. Oh, we're not a Godot object. Ah, that's not going to work. But owner is. I don't want too much magic in here. So I think we have to bubble this connect through, which that gets a little dicey. And it makes me think that I don't want container position in here. Because then I'm too tempted to kind of blur the edges of these. The responsibilities get muddled. All right, I think we'll move this back out to border box. That's fine on the out here. Now coming back to layout node. Okay, we were just using defaults. to construct it. That's fine. We don't have to remove anything there. Here, though, we do have to go into new, update that. The point to new, 0.0, 0.0. Just write all that stuff. Okay, now, after the formatter kicks in and my OCD is satisfied, what? Oh, here. Let's create a container connect. I'm going to snag a little bit of code that we had on container. And we're going to toss that down here. We'll call it like container connect or something. Select that container. And what do we do for the Godot error though? Uh, I'm going to do an expect Godot on this. There we go. Let's propagate that through. Now we can go back into border box. And after we have called ready, we can say container connect. And we pass it a whole bunch of stuff. Let's see, what do we want to attach to? Was it position something? We set it up down here. Yeah, we're going to connect to position because all of our containers emit a position now. Well, they have a signal. They're not emitting yet, though. They have a signal. Hey, Jeremy, how's it going? I'm going to take a moment and pour some tea. All right, got the tea poured. It's kind of weak today. Yes, happy Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. Do anything fun? Stare at the walls while avoiding the plague. It's meeting time, so you're going to go into lurk mode. Well, have a good meeting, Brooke, and thanks for hanging out. Did I do some Easter with the kids? We did a Bible study. Um, we smoked ribs and colored some eggs. Yeah, we don't really do the egg thing. And we do chocolate. We do chocolate, but we don't really do the egg thing. It's fun. Sometimes we'll do stuff like that. But this year just wasn't one. Yeah, it's kind of low key this year. Gonna connect to position. Owner. It's gonna have some value called on container position. Let's say variant array, new, and then 0. which is the flags. It's unsafe, yes. I wish I could just say, hey, I know it's unsafe, this one thing. But no, we gotta put the little brackets around it. Now we need an exported function for that. It's gonna cannibalize the skeleton here on container position. Gonna take that. That takes two values, left and top. Left, an F64 and a top. It's also F64. Now inside of here, we will say self dot, what's it, container position is equal to a new point two, and that's going to be X, left, and top. And that's it, right? So we do that, then we should also call render, deferred render. These need to be F32s as underscore blah blah blah. You don't have a variant array? Oh, it should be, yeah, this is new shared. Shared means that we don't own it, right? Shared means that multiple threads could have access to this. And that's a kind of a Godot Rust thing. Owner's not used. Yep, that's fine. We call deferred render. Deferred render does not take an owner. All right. So now that we have that, let's see if that's getting called. Left and top on container position. There. Let's shut down Godot so we can restart it. Oh, of course it's not going to get called. We do not emit that. So a variable update, where we have left and top here. We need to emit a signal. What's this? How do we emit? Here. Owner.emit signal. The signal and then the data in a variant array. Okay. Oops. The owner right there. Get that little something. Emit signal. This one's the signal, which is position. Is there like an easier way to do that? Oh, just use, that's easy. From F64. This is going to be self dot. We did left first, didn't we? And then basically the same thing for top. I'm having Vim troubles. My fingers are rebelling. All right, top. Semicolon. Come on, semicolon. Semicolon. It's like a programmer battle, right? Semicolon. Body blow. Body blow. All right, so we have this. Now, it's bugging my ear. Now that should work for this box. We also need to get this working for VBox. Now, let's go back into border box because let's use it now. Because here's how we were trying to fix it, but now we're going to be emitting those values, and that'll cause this to update, which means that our left and top has to be adjusted. So when we translate ourselves, it should be um, self dot container position dot x minus that plus that. And this will be self dot container position dot y. See, and Godot's flipped here. So now you do some math. Okay. Now this is going to be negative top, negative. Okay. But this is going to be a positive value. So this needs to be negative right like that. So it'll come down. And then we need to subtract. So we need to add to it this value here. Oh, that is so weird. I have a feeling that's wrong. Translation. All right. All right. It's my daughter's birthday today. All right. One for layout node, self-container, move occurs. What? Oh, container connect. As ref, because we don't really want to move it. Just leave it in there. Give us a reference to it. And that should work. Okay. Is that gonna work? Yeah. Let's give it a go. Okay. Translation. -110. This looks better, but I can't tell which one it is. uh, too many numbers. That's just too much. Because we have border box inside a border box, right? So we've got this border box inside a VBox. Oh, interesting. Let's come up with a different scenario. Let's do that. Move that outside. Okay. So now we have a border box inside a border box with the text inside. We're really looking to just have the boxes at the right spot. Let's save. Close that, open it again, UI test. Whoa, that's different. Something bad happened. Did it crash? Oh. Layout variable should exist. If we close it again, yeah. I get it. Adding constraints should work. Oh, unsatisfiable constraint. Why? That's interesting. That's fancy. I'm gonna kill Godot and start it up again. I feel as though it got into a bad state. No, still, okay. Well, tell us which constraint it was. Layout line 94. Oh, I wish they would tell us which one. Which one was not. Hmm. What's that one? That one's into iterator. Might work. No. And what did we change here? All we changed was the layout. I don't think we changed any constraints. Okay, that'll be chatty. That'll be really chatty, but we'll at least see what's going on. That's strange. Why would it fail there? Maybe something's getting added, but it shouldn't? See, I thought the visibility in Godot would just not have them there, like kind of take them out of the tree. Maybe that's not true? I never verified that. Yeah, see, it's chatty. Adding constraints. Just looking at this set. Variable 3. Okay. Must be equal to the constant 0. And variable 0 must be equal to the constant 0. And then we have this constraint. Variable 1 must be equal to the constant 0. All of these are solvable currently. Constraint term variable 2, constant 0. Adding constraints should work. Unsatisfiable constraint. They all look satisfiable. They're equal to a constant. Yeah, variable 3, variable 0, variable 1 and 2. So 0, 1, 2, and 3. So the first four, those are oh, removing a constraint should work. Uh, okay. Actually, it's a different error this time. Unknown constraint. So something thought that a constraint got added, and then it didn't. Okay, so that's an ordering problem. And we did change a little bit there. So in border box, so here when we get the container position, we are calling deferred render. And deferred render calls render. Yep, yep. And in this case, border box, I don't think it sets up constraints in here, does it? No. No, it just renders itself. It renders the border. Because our constraints are created here, and then updated through this setup. Or we deregister the constraints, create the constraints, and then register the constraints. Creating the constraints should be fine. So that means that, we don't know how it happened. I want to know which container type it was. Now we can see where it failed. Wow. Where did it start? Okay, there's our constraints. Now here's the stack unwinding. What's the error? Removing constraints should work. So layout is calling add constraint? How, these don't match up. Here we're inside of layout, add constraints, plural. And the error says removing a constraint should work. Layout 105, oh, 105. But we're not in that stack. We're in this one, not that one. On tree entered. Okay, so in border box, on tree entered, container add child, and then that defers, goes through Godot, containers add child closure. Yeah, see here we have the map mutable. Screen add child, update constraints. Register constraints. So this is from screen. Do the map mutable inside of there, local cell data, yada yada. In which case we're calling register constraints and add constraints on layout. Oh, you know what? I see it here. So this came through, and this was screen, right? And that makes sense because these look like screen's variables. Screen has a first set of variables. It has four. Right? Basically position and width, or position and size. Why is it unsatisfiable? What does that mean? Does that mean that something else that was already registered makes that unable to register this? There's a lot of things getting added in here. I'm going to detach most of this. Just going to move it. Going to make some of these child of like camera. Or maybe we should not hit. Okay. VBox, yeah, you go down there too. Fine. Okay. We have screen, border box, and text. If we take text, make it a child of that, and get rid of this one. Let's close it and see. Okay. Still bad. What constraints did we change? It's like nothing. Okay. It's a lot of errors just for adding that. Wait, I did not find that big empty space I put in there. No, no, no. Okay, what happened? Okay, we're gonna keep that. That one, not so sure about. See, some of these changes, it's fine. Now we haven't changed text yet for this, which is fine. Take that, screen. All right, just trying to separate this out from my previous changes. Okay, we actually need a different tool for this. Get X, or yeah, get X. Oh, there you are. Wrong project though. You know, I have not used it on this. Just a moment. What's a different? Let's see, Godot, Rust. Trying to find the project. There it is. And GetX I like because it's like clean and simple. Lets me um, do specific lines. Huh, there's nothing going on here. I think I chose poorly. File, open. I did choose poorly. There we go. All right, so we're going to split this up. VBox. Nope, you're staying. That one's staying. Mod. That one's staying. This can go. Stage that. Okay, that connect is going to stay. These two, we'll keep them here. Base and connect, not part of our previous changes. Okay, and border box here. I think this is where it got a little different because we want the is in tree staged. I think. Oh, we're calling deferred render when we enter tree. I think that's the bug. Stretching. Very stiff today. Because deferred render is actually going to call, let's see, on what is this? This is border box? But deferred render shouldn't have anything to do with, hmm. See, I think it's more related to this. Basically, what I was saying was deferred render should say, okay, yes, you are in the tree. That's fine. Do we have a render pending? Don't know, whatever. But when we come into here, the variables should have already been registered. Gotta get some yoga stretches in. Yeah. It's like, oh. And then I gotta rearrange this place because my workout stuff is currently buried. It's been buried for like a week and a half. It's like bugging me. All right, but we're gonna keep this. What other stuff is easy? In this case, the rectangle stuff moved up. This, I think, is all okay. I'll stage those lines. These. That's okay. All right, but this stuff here, that's safe to go. Hey, I'm cautious though. Okay, let's comment that out because I think it's one of two things. It's either because we're emitting the signal and that's triggering a flow that does something bad. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. All right, let's do a test. Let's go back into screen. Screen, we didn't do anything like this, right? Screen was like, yeah, we just register position signal saying, hey, we've got this, but we never emit anything. That's the only change for screen. That's okay. Let's go look in border box again. Now, what was enter tree? This one here, let's comment that out and see if we still get the errors. Just because I'm not seeing the issue. It's a good song. It's just all panicking. Everything's broken. VBox should have a layout as an answer. Okay, fine. We're gonna delete this stuff. Okay, bye-bye. Save that. Close that. Open it again. Okay, okay, there's the space. Registered only a few constraints. Variable 50. Oh, why is it 50? I guess we start at 47 here. Um, Layout? Maybe when you get added to the tree or something, we should clear out the solver. Is there like a reset on solver? Like a boop. Oh, there is. It's called reset. All right, so we need to call reset on the solver. Let's fix that. Layout. Do you have enter tree? You do, and exit tree? Oh, lovely. So solver, when you leave the tree, self dot solver dot reset. Thank you. That will help. All right, let's give this one a little fast forward. A little too slow at the moment. All right, that built. Let's give it a go. Unsolvable constraint. How? Oh, so because text is on there and text is having some issues. So we have to delete that. Yeah. Oh, had that paused. Save. Now let's kick that. UI test. Ah, okay. And the variables did not get their numbers reset. I guess that's fine. Okay, so now we have this. We know that then it's when we add text to it. Okay. Why? It's because the size of text doesn't match. Our constraints that we're adding for text are bad. Just plain bad. One negative one. Okay, all right. Does text just not like being in a border box now? No, it was in a border box before. But we did have this layer of indirection. We actually had a VBox as a child here, right? With the text inside basically a border box at this level. All right, close that, open it. Yeah, it's because the required constraint for the bottom of the text. Basically, what's happening? Where's our whiteboard? Let me draw this out. All right, here we go. What's happening is that we have a box, right? We've got a box. This is the outer screen. This is what I call screen, and it has a width and a height. Now, inside of that, we've got our little border box, right? Now, the border box, when we put the text inside of it, the text, its height, it's saying that, hey, my height is this, and these two elements, the position of this here and this here, are equal. They are required to be equal. And that's not true. So that sucks. I forgot about that. I missed a condition. Because those are supposed to be equal. Equals. So this is a text. And this is the border box. And the bottom of the border box and the bottom of the text box, the constraint in there is equal. All right. So border box is expecting this text thing to be the right size. The border box is not expecting a leaf node. So a leaf node is one that, given a height, it'll define its own width, and given a width, it'll define its own height, like a text node or an image. A border box is expecting that its content be the exact size, because it doesn't react to the size of the leaf node. I could say that it's strong, could adjust that to be strong, but I don't know if that's going to solve this. So if I go into text, when it's figured out what its height is, we create a constraint right here. We say that the bottom of this is equal to, or the bottom of what? Yes, of ours is equal to our top plus height. All right. So let's change this to just instead of required, strong. Do we need to import that? No. Ah, we'll see if this works. Because if we say this is strongly equal to that, then hopefully it'll know which one's required, which one's strong, and just move it in. And hopefully that'll still work for a VBox. Okay, so that built. All right, it didn't blow up, and our text is still there. Well, kind of. Who knows where it is? There it is. Okay, now if we duplicate this, hey, it's actually stacking okay. That works out. And the border on these, let's give it a border on each one of these. Say each one of these has a, wow, that's a really big border. Okay, but it's working, and it's not all that bad. Come on. Ah, Godot. Ah, did it finally come back? No. So at least give it a save. You gonna save? Close it, open it, UI test. Okay, it did take it. But for some reason the text is now below each one. Oh, I think we saw that before. All right. Only 100,000 vertices. Yes. Too many draw calls. All right. Okay, now that we figured out what was causing that to blow up, we just keep fixing this. I'm gonna get rid of those. Delete node, okay, fine. Border box, we want another border box inside. So just clone yourself, now you're inside. Okay, now it should be inset, right? You've got a border, yes. UI test. Okay, which one's the inner one? That's the inner one. You can tell its size looks about right to be an inner one, but its position's off. We got the X and Y offset. Wrong. It should be backwards. Border box. Render. This. We moved it the wrong way. Oh, we should see the, oops, should see the debugging there. So one is at -2. The other's at, okay. Because this X should be a large value. Should it? Maybe that's a problem. It's not. We're doing it the wrong way. We need to flip these. It's that minus that. And this one here is that and that minus the Y position. No, it's a plus because of the flip. And technically this is that minus that plus that. Because you go down, down, back up. All right, it's almost there. Let's clear this out. Ah, I meant to close Godot, not kill Godot. Hey, that's looking better. It's not quite right though. Okay, so this, gonna reset the transform. Wait, which did we transform? Ah, here. Okay. Let's flip that up. What is it? -90 on X. Now we can see it here from the top view and get that little grid over it. All right, well, it's close. It's not correct. These are identical, I thought. So they have a radius, which will not affect the padding, etc. They have a border of 0.1, a padding of 1. So this should be, between these two, it should have a padding of 1 plus a margin of 0.5. Oh, that's almost right. That's going to be the padding, which is 1, and then the margin, which is 0.5. You can see the inner one, the gizmo for this. Where is it? I'll go back to top view. The gizmo's right there inside the margin, which is good. Now I'm going to close this and just reopen just to make sure. Yeah, okay, it rendered the same way. So we've got a little bit extra space between these. Should be 1.5. It looks like it's at least 2. I'm guessing it's this here because translation. So we're looking at debug translation, self.left and self.top. So this left and top was negative 1.6. Why is it 1.6? Because that's the margin, the padding, and the border of the parent. Okay, so for the left, I'm not seeing it. What is it? Hmm. So our translation is too far over, but why? I, I mean, this shouldn't be 2.1. This should be, because we're not setting global translation, are we? No, we're setting just our local one. So compared to our parent, it's that. So our parent position, so left, self to left, and margin to left. Yeah, those are, this is a global value. This is a local value. And this should be global value. This X doesn't include enough. That's what's going on. So when we emit the signal, where's emit? Right, this is just our top. This is our top and our left. But our children are actually further in. Now, so let's add some more stuff to this. This is going to be because our child doesn't know what the padding and margin is as well. Self dot padding left plus self dot margin left. Okay, same thing here. Well, that's too far. Plus self dot padding top plus margin top plus self dot border top. That's where we were missing space. Okay. Goodbye, Godot. Go sit down. Thank you. Oh, it's getting closer. Oh, thank you for the follow. That's too small though. Okay, this. Where do we expect that to be? Because for the outer box, we have a padding of 1, which is far in. Right, so it should be 1 after that. So it should be at least this far in. So we're subtracting too much. Left is 1.6. That doesn't look like 1.6 to me. Oh, that's what it's supposed to be. Yes, it's supposed to be at 1.6. That seems about right. But we put it at 4, at 0.5. Did we include too much here? Because our left, which is our absolute value, I think it's the margin left is, no. I think this is correct. Padding left, margin left, border left. Padding top, margin top, border top. Because it's basically 0, 0, plus the padding, the margin on the left, which it doesn't go in that order. It actually goes margin left. Oops, I didn't want to flip that. It goes margin, then border, then padding. So really the padding should just be at the end of that if we were adding them in the same order that you would march in. That seems okay. So then, if that's okay, let's go to render. Now with render, we have our left. This is our absolute position. Then we add to that margin left. This self.left should be that, that value we're seeing over here, right? So in this case, self.left is 1.6. We subtract the margin top from it. In this case, I believe our margin top for the inner box is 0.5. Yeah, margin top 0.5. So we add 0.5 to 1.6, so we get 2.1. Then we subtract container position.x, which is what? Should be 0 plus those other things. Huh. Yeah, that seems like too much now. So that's 1.6. Oh, you finally updated to Big Sur over the weekend. Your machine is being a little funky today now. Had to reboot Twitch app. Oh, interesting. All syntax highlighting is gone from VS Code. Going back to Vim. Oh, that's weird. Why would an OS upgrade have that issue? I don't want to hit the wrong buttons, or else you'll be waiting for Godot. Yes. All right. So in this case, self.left, because we got 1.6 passed in, right? That's the parent's top and left. So this is 1.6 for each of these. So self.left, which is 1.6 minus that plus this. It's like 0.5, 0. Yeah. So we just have our margin. But why is it? Ah, it is because we're adding the margin from the top. Let's get a signal. This should not have the margin. The margin's actually outside of our coordinate space. Look at this. And in this case, it was half. Margin was half. This might actually Be close. Although the width was way off. That might be a different problem though. Oh, did it finish building? I didn't even check. Let's kill it, run it. Where do animals go when their tails fall off? To the retail store. How did the barber win the race? He knew a shortcut. Okay, I think this looks about right. Yeah, it should have been in 1 unit in from there. Perfect. All right, then we have this here. Hold on, just to get an idea here. A border is 0.1, and that's the thickness of the white line. The padding is 1, so it's in 1 from there. And then the radius doesn't affect it. Margin is 0.5, so 0.5 on the outside. Da, da, da. Okay, now this thing should be inset a bit from here because it should be have a 0.5 margin as well. So it's almost there. But because the outer one, just check that. Okay, its origin's at the right spot. But this one's margin doesn't seem like it's affecting it. Gonna just re-render it. No. And if I change the margin to zeros, yeah, this is where it thinks it should be, which is only half in, because we need to give it the border and the padding. Border and padding. Yes, from your left. Oh, not from the left, though. No, this is accumulative. Because this is accumulative, going all the way down. Because when this object gets told what its left and top is, when it gets told what its left and top is, right from like there to there, there to there, and it has to convey that to the inner one. Thank you, love. Oh, nice. What is the goal? The goal is to be able to say, hey, text, render right here and subtract your top and left, like the other things top and left from you. So in order to know where this point here is, this object, this one right here, this one, would have to tell the inner one its position. Yeah, I don't think we actually want to include margin on that. Maybe there's some other issue? Or do we include margin? Because we actually subtract, is it subtract margin? Because we're going in. Let me think this through. We got this nested boxes. 0, 0 is here, right? There's 0, 0. When text renders, it will be told, hey, you're at 5, 5, right? But in relation to its parent, it has to subtract these 5s, or rather something from these 5s. It has to know where the parent is, where the parent is. And is that right? Because if we're told where the parent is, then we know how far we are inside the parent. I mean, this goes back to where we began. Did we fix something else on the way? Because the padding and the border information is actually encoded into these 5s. So we need to know everything outside of that. Which one in our parent just the top and the left. And then in render, oh, thank you. Yeah, well, definitely. We're on a thumbs up station, but yes, I definitely agree. I like this one. And we were trying to teach pretzel rocks what we liked the other day. And after this, we'll go back onto the surprise me station and really train this out. Because I like this one too. So then in here, our translation is going to be the largest value that we're getting is going to be left and top, right? Because that's going to be the 5, 5. And from that, yes, we have to bump the margin in. Let's do that after we do this. We'll correct for our position first and then adjust our offset. So in this case, we have our that. Then we take away that, provide that. Yeah, let's see what they got for us in this surprise me. They got all sorts of stations. I want like the AI version. Not sure you want to listen to? See, I don't see like the a station for things that we think you might like. Oh, too many requests. All right, so now when we get a new song in here, we'll see if we like it or not. What is this one called? Is there no, there's no name or anything on this. We don't know what it is. Oh my goodness. All right, let's give this a run. Okay, now I want to see our right margin. Okay, I'm going to set the border. We'll leave the border. I'm going to set the padding to 0. Yeah, that's on the outer one. Good. And margin 0. Interesting. Radius is fine. That doesn't matter. But our inner box here does have a half margin, which it looks about right there. So if we do left, 0, good. Okay, we're just going to work on have these cleaned up. And border. Okay, border is fine. Radius doesn't matter. So now let's increase the, what is it? The margin, the left margin. So left margin's 1. Okay, that should not have affected the inner border. We have a problem there. And where do we correct that? We cannot correct that on the inner one in the render. So we have to correct that when we are sending the value. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, you have good memories of an online radio, had an amazing ambient music channel. Yeah, like this one. Yeah, this isn't good. Like coding music for me. Like it's nice. It's a nice flute. You got a sitar there in the background, but it's not. Usually go with calm radio. I have no idea what they were saying. All right, so usually listen with go with calm radio. Now is this a we subtract that from it, right? But why do we subtract our margin top from that? Isn't our X and Y our left and top? No, sorry, this is too distracting. Too distracting. All right, let's try it. No, no, Singender. Is that how you pronounce your name? Singender? So yeah, that should have been a subtract or add. Are we adding the wrong thing to this? Why would we do it this way? The blues tune earlier was really good. Calm radio is pretty good. Let's see what else we got here. I mean, some of my favorites are going to be here in funk. They just don't have very many songs. They got like 240 songs, and after you know a week of playing funk, I start to the repetition gets to me. This is a good one though. All right, let's see that's saved. Hmm, that looks odd. The margin. We don't have any padding set, do we? Oh, it's set to 1. Okay. Let's strip off the margin on this one. Oh, we got it, actually. Okay, and if we increase the padding on the left, good. That's good there. And affect the margin left here, good. Insets a little further. That's nice. Let's check the others. Top, margin top. Nice. Bottom, left, right, bottom. What about border? If we increase the border to something outrageous on the left, okay, that does move it in, that's good. And the top, yes. What else can we use? Radius is just kind of fun. What we can do, like the top left radius, get that bigger curve. Okay. So we had to subtract the piece that was outside where we put our origin. Was it subtract or add? We had to add. Okay. Oh, you're gonna go for a short walk. All right, well, take care. I'm only gonna be streaming for another little bit here, maybe 15 minutes or so. But thanks for hanging out. Okay, so that works. Now we have to do the same thing for VBox. And what else? I'm gonna save that. We're gonna call it there because it's working. All right. This one's kind of fun. Who are we gonna raid today? Who's out there? We got Eric or Snowpoke. Moderation bot development. Interesting. Do I have any favorites? Let me pull up my list. This could be interesting, the moderation bot. What's Ash Fox doing? Nope. Huh. Let's go with maybe Snowpoke. Let's see. Can we raid Snowpoke? We can't raid. Removing a constraint. Blah blah blah. Snowpoke too. This is completely a surprise. I don't know how much they know Rust. I don't know anything about them other than what we see here. So this will be an adventure for all of us. So till next time, y'all. Bye bye. Now I got to account for that 10-second delay that I've added, plus any other delay. So if you're still listening to this, don't worry. I'm going to hit the button real soon.